What's up, everyone? Good morning. Absolute rocket in pre-market from CPI. So Perma Bears got ran over on SPY. Anyone that swung last night, I mentioned that, right? Like the reason I didn't want to swing was due to that. The fact that CPI could take us either way. So SPY's up $6 in pre-market, 446 now. We've got room now to 448 and then 451 on the daily time frame. Over that, we really have room up to 457. Not sure that we're going to get it today, but we've finally broken range. We broke the daily downtrend on SPY. The chart was, was A+ perfect for this. Not every time is, the news and headlines going to line up with what the technicals say. But you can see there, I just put it into premium chat, and anyone on stream can see it as well. We broke out of that daily downtrend, and now we're going to open up around 446. So huge move, and we're still pushing in pre-market. The key level here is going to be 447. We get over that, we've got room to 448.44. That's what I'll be keeping my eyes on as we push up here. But individual names that I'm going to be watching. I think Swaggy had a really good watch list that he put out last night. Tesla is number one on my watch list. I just don't know how this is gonna play out, since we've already moved almost $12 in the pre-market session. This is the move that I think Swaggy was looking for, and I know like I'd be looking for on that daily breakout pattern. Basically filling the gap from the earnings gap down. If you guys see on the daily time frame here, this gap right here is what we were hoping to play. We are going to open up at like 235. So the next level I have is 238, and then over 238, I don't have anything until 245. So I think we might get a little bit of consolidation at some point, and then we'll make that push up. But ultimately, the move I'm looking for is the 243, 245 on Tesla. And that's the top watch for me is going to be Tesla, Meta, and Nvidia. So that's Tesla. Meta is the other one. Meta, we've been looking for this 335 level for a while. I said if we broke over 330, that was going to be a huge move to 335. We finally got it. We are basing at 335.52 now. So once we clear pre-market high, I don't have another level on the daily time frame until 339. Meta's only up 2% right now. So when we look at what other names are doing, Tesla's up 5%. Meta is up only 1.9%, right? So when we talk about laggers and names that we could see some substantial moves on, Meta is definitely one that could make that move up today to 339, 340. So I'll be watching those 340 calls to see what they open up at today. Assuming they are going to open up, obviously with some premium spike, but a lot of people are going to be taking profits on those. This could be an opportunity that if we push and we pull back down, we get a dip to 335.52, we can grab calls off that level and push higher. So that's what I'll be watching on Meta. And then Nvidia is probably a top watch for me here. I want to see what price action does on Nvidia, but we're only up 2.4% on Nvidia, and we're flagging in the pre-market on the 5-minute. We're also flagging underneath of 500. We saw SPY do the same thing yesterday under 440, where it flagged right there and then broke out. So I really think that Nvidia could be a huge move right here. 500 psych level, we get over that, guys. I think 520 calls, I think, are going to start to get lit up on the week, being that it's only Tuesday. So Nvidia is the type of name that, we could move $5, $8, $10 in, 15-minute period. So 520 calls could be absolutely huge on Nvidia. In fact, we've seen Nvidia move, $50 in a week. So you might even look at longer dated calls on Nvidia, but I think this is a top setup for me. Probably my favorite setup going into the morning is on Nvidia. We're only up 2.4%. We are up $12, but again, we've seen this name go up 5, 8, 10% in a day. And I don't know that it happens today, but levels respected really well in pre-market. You can see here, right? We came down, we dipped right down to that 488 level, pushed off of 488, and now we're pushing towards 500. So we'll see what we get at open, but that's going to be a top setup watch for me. Now I just want to talk about QQQ real quick as well, because QQQ is it broke out in a big way also, right? We're currently sitting at 383 on QQQ, and we have some daily resistance back here from the end of July, beginning of August, right? July 28th, July 31st. And then August 1st, July 27, that time frame there. If we can get over this 383.43, which we are pushing up over now, the next level that I have is 52-week highs on this name, right? And that's going to be 387.42. And if we get over 387.42, I think QQQ makes that run back to the 400 level, at least 395, and then 400 after that for all time highs. But this is huge on QQQ. So we're gonna open up around 384. So 387 is the next level up. 386 calls could go crazy as long as we keep momentum to the upside. Now, someone on YouTube stream wants me to look at Apple. Let's take a look at Apple real quick. It's only up $3 right now, so Apple could be a lagger as well. The only thing I don't like about Apple is how it traded yesterday. Right, the market was kind of pushing up higher, and Apple was just kind of trading sideways. I think someone mentioned it in chat. It's like Apple was, Apple was not doing it. Wasn't wasn't looking too good. But one thing I do like here is that we are holding the 187.63 level in pre-market. We are hammering off this level. So the next spot that I have up is 190. About $2.40 from here of upside. And then over 190, if we go out to the daily time frame, right? Once we break 190, I think we can make that move back into that 195 area, potentially into that 200 zone, which again, very, very similar to QQQ, right? QQQ, if we get over that 383 hump, I think we can make that move back to the 52-week high. Apple, if we can break 190, I think we can make that move back to 52-week high and all-time high at 197.70. So that's what I'm going to be watching going into the open today. Now, someone also asked FSR. Let me just look real quick on FSR. The implied move was 18%, and we're currently down 20% on FSR. So that's not a name that I would be playing at open because it beat its implied move. So I don't think that's a flushable name. Vinny wants to check out BA. Yeah, Vinny, BA could be huge too. I don't like that we've got that candle just sitting up there on its own, but yeah, we break 208, 215 comes next on BA. That could be an opening drive play for the ages, Vinny, if we break 208. So let's definitely keep that on watch. Yeah, I like that, Vinny. 208, we break 208.41. I don't have anything on key level perspective until 215. And all the levels that I have were respected really, really well. Let me go out to the hourly and just go back here when we traded down through these levels to see if there was a lot of fluidity through that spot. On the hourly time frame, we might stop at like 211, but yeah, you can see here we lost 215. We fell down to 210. Same thing, fell all the way down here. When we got over 208 here, we pushed all the way up to 212. So maybe 212 is like the first stop I'd be looking at on this move. 208 to 212 to 215 on BA. But yeah, I like that play, Vinny, especially if we can catch some bids. BA could be huge. And you guys know BA contracts move when BA moves because it's a low beta name. So yeah, I've got 215.27, Vinny. Same thing. IWM, same thing as SPY and QQQ, right? Indices are up right now, so just playing key levels. But if we break 175.63, I don't have anything until 177 and then 179 Viking. Oracle does look good over 114. We can make a move to 118. So a lot of interesting names on watch today, guys. But don't get FOMO. Don't chase. We're not buying calls right into the open on indices. That's not a good way to do it. I've got Nvidia, BA, and Meta, Tesla on watch here into open. Once the 215 calls on BA get a little less spready, I think these make a lot of sense. Spy's pushing up here. I got filled on BA, 215 calls at $74 a contract. Looking for this move up over 208.41, but that's the opening drive. I think I'm gonna play here. We break 208, it's we can fly. All right, here goes BA. 208 broke. We really got to break 208.41. That's the key spot. We break that 212 and then 215 is the next level that I have to the upside. Nvidia is pulling down here, so no longs on Nvidia just yet. 'Meta looks like it could be a nice trade to the upside as well here if we break 335.52. Spy is pushing higher. 447 breakout on Spy. We've got room up to 448. Yeah, 448.44 is the next level up that I'd be looking at. Meta's really looking good if QQQ can catch a bid, right? If Tech can catch a bid, I think Meta looks like it could be a really nice trade to the upside. Watch Meta here, guys, because Meta's starting to go. $345 calls is what I'd be watching on Meta. Likely wait till we get over 335.50 and get a retest of that level. That'll probably give the best risk to reward on Meta. 345 calls. Tesla's pulling down pretty hard. Amazon looks really good here over 145.53. Really nice move on Amazon. Going for high of day. New highs on Amazon. Carvana volume. Yeah, Carvana does look good. It's over the 30 level. Every time we get up over 30, we typically make a move on Carvana back to 35. So Carvana could be a nice move here if they squeeze it too. Yeah, guys, I'm still in BA. I'll let you know when I stop out. I tell you guys every time I buy and sell. Carvana pushing higher. Because here's the thing: if Spy breaks out of 447, I think we've got a real big chance to see a huge move on BA here. BA is moving back up towards high of day. Potential high of day breakout here on BA. Only down 8% on BA now. On Nvidia, guys, I would, I'm just waiting on Nvidia for that breakout. I'm watching BA right here for this high of day snap, which I think we're about to get. New high of day on BA. Key level right here, guys. We break out of this, we're going to make a march up towards 210 and then 215. All right, back to break even on BA. And now we're green on BA. Like I said, if SPY can break 447, I think BA is going to see a big move. This is a huge key spot on BA, so we need to get a big push up over this level, and then I think we'll start making that push. Up 5% right here on BA, but I'm looking for a big move on these contracts. Apex target is it's down, like the server's down. I think Keon just posted. Here goes SPY for this 447 break. I took 4,500 SPX calls at 275, looking for a breakout on SPY over 447 now. Simply just trying to ride the wave up here. 447 breakout. I think we've got a $1.50 range to the upside on SPY, which would be huge on SPX contracts. So 4,500 is what I took. Average at 275 a contract. BA still sitting up 4% right here. Nvidia looks like it might want to pop. Come on, SPY. Break out of the 447. It's going to try and do it, it looks like. High of day test. There's new high of day on SPY. 10% on SPX right here. Nvidia is pushing over 497 now. %15 on SPX here. 20% now. New high of day on QQQ. We should see a big rip here on SPY to the upside. 25% on SPX now. I'm just trading SPY. I'm trading SPX, but I'm looking at the SPY chart. So my target is 448.44. 25% here on SPX. %30 on SPX here. %40 on SPX, guys. $45 here. Hopefully someone took the SPX play with me. One more high day pop here is probably a 50% trade. Here's 50% now on SPX. I'm gonna sell BA, guys. It's just not doing it for me. Really need that breakout over 208.41 on BA for it to make sense. Webull definitely has a lag to it today. Potential new high day coming here on SPY. New highs back to 50% on SPX. I really want to see this move up to 448.44. 55% now on SPX. Yeah, Snap looks good, Gyra. 60% now on SPX, guys. Meta looks like it's getting ready for an explosive move. It's just consolidating right underneath of that 335 level. New high day on SPY. 65% here. $75 now on SPY. Or SPX, I guess, is what I took. 448.44 is the key here. That's what I'm looking for. Nvidia with the nasty sell candle there on that 5. Yeah, Danny boy, we looked at the SPY daily in pre-market. We've been looking at that for the last 2 weeks. Candle's not the best on Snap, Gyra, but the volume's lower, so might just be a recovery candle. Amazon hammering off the 9 EMA. Apple's been lagging a lot recently. Watch Meta here, guys. If we get over 335.52, Meta could be a rocket up to 340. Spy trade. I was just watching the 5 minute. New Hive day test here on Spy coming. Back to 60% on SPX here. Yeah, here I'll show you what I was watching on Spy. See how we're just trending on Spy on the 5 minute? Just riding that EMA all the way up. Meta breaking out, guys. QQQ's pushing. Keep eyes on Meta right here. $345 calls, I think, make a lot of sense, but keep in mind we do have a Fed speaker. Let's just see where they close the 5 minute on Meta. Yeah, King Herod, I've got it on my screen. We got Barr today. I don't know that Barr is typically bearish. Maybe he is, but also remember the CPI print came out, so they're probably going to be talking about that. Spy. It's pretty smooth right now. Haven't gotten a red candle on Spy's 5 minute yet. There goes Meta, guys. Meta. I'm gonna wait to jump into Meta. See if we get a retest at 335. Yeah, I'm still in SPX. Currently at 50%. Here's the pull down retest on Meta. All right, riskier play here, but I did take the Meta calls. The 345s I was talking about on that retest, average of 110. I know we have the Fed speaker coming, but I said I was looking for a recess to that level once we broke out over it. So now I'm just looking for a high of day push. SPX going for a new high too, it looks like. New high on Meta. New high on SPX. 448.44 is the key level. Meta's starting to explode, guys. QQQ needs to break high of day 385. More new highs on Meta. $10 now on Meta. 80% now on SPX. $448 acquired on SPY. Meta's popping now. 336.70. I sold a few contracts on Meta just to reduce my exposure since we do have a Fed speaker coming, but still in SPX, guys, and just trimmed a little bit on Meta just to be careful due to this Fed speaker. But up 80% on SPX and up 10% on Meta 345 calls. Sorry. $15 now on Meta calls. Right now, is when he's scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern. More new highs on Meta. 20% now on Meta. If you guys took it with me, the 345 calls. 100% on SPX, 4,500 calls, and our target's about to be hit. 448. Target is 448.44. 120% now on SPX. $25 now on Meta. Yeah, we're ripping now. If we can break 448.44 here, guys, we're going to see a big move up near 450, I think. It's a huge spot for us. Q's new high of day. Meta new highs, 140% now on SPX. 25% on Meta here. There it goes. 448.44 key level right here on SPY. We get over this, we're going to make a push. 155% now on SPX. Yeah, Vinny's right. We're going to be in the gap if we can get over this spot. A minute 45 seconds on this candle, but Q's look strong. Just remember, this is a key level on SPY. So, Mark, I wouldn't be buying calls at high of day unless that's your strategy, but not something I would do. You got to think about risk to reward. Where can you make money? Typically, buying calls at a high of day, unless it's a news trade, is not the best way to do that. 160% now on SPX, guys. We might get a 200% trade out of this if we do fill this gap. It might be more. We might get a 3, 4, 500% trade. We'll see what the chart gives us. Nvidia price action's a little weird to me right now. Yeah, we'll see if Meta makes a new high of day. That'd be nice. Amazon's pushing. For sure, Tesla is coiled. Swaggy. New high of day on QQQ. Sorry. At 30% now. New highs on Meta. 35% now on Meta. I trimmed some so I don't have the same amount that I did before, but that's all right. I just want to make sure I kept my exposure down. The next level up is 339, guys. So we've got $1 away from that move. Um, that's the next spot for me on Meta to the upside. Nvidia is dumping, like low of day dumping. Kind of weird. Keep your eyes on that. Tesla's dumping. I sold my Meta there at 25% because of what Nvidia is doing. And I'm going to close SPX here too. Key level. All right. Close SPX. Close Meta. All cash right now. Yeah, that's why you guys need to be actively scaling at targets, right? So like on SPY, like I told you, I was out majority of my position as we push towards that 448.44 key level, and we rejected on the 2-minute right to it. The 5-minute rejected. That's why it's really imperative to scale at your targets. You can't hold a full position hoping that it's just going to keep going. But a nice 160% trade on SPX, 30% on Meta, 1L on BA. So can't complain. All right, so now we'll just look and see what the market gives us. Nvidia is just yeah, like I said, I didn't like that chart from the beginning on Nvidia. After that big sell candle right here. Amazon's got the relative strength in tech right now. And maybe Microsoft. New low of day again on Nvidia. Yeah, if SPY can get a close over 448.44, I'm gonna get back in SPY long. Maybe SPX because, like Vinny said, we got a gap to fill. I don't have anything until 451.54 on SPY. I just don't like that Nvidia continues to put in low of day after low of day.
What up, Strap?
What's up, Jara?
Oh no.
That could be low of day on Nvidia there, 490.66. They're starting to put in a bottom wick on that. I know Vinny likes to play those reversals. He probably would look at that closer than I would. Yeah, Costco doing it again. Looks really, really good. Shindy up $10 on the day.
That's why I didn't take a trade on Snap. Just because I need a little bit more confidence, I need volume and wasn't giving it to us, so I need to just gotta wait it out. Sometimes you do miss plays, but better to be even than be bad by chasing.
Yeah, exactly. I think if Apple can get over 187.63, that'll give us a nice move up. Oh, Lulu made a new 50-week high, 52-week high. It's up $11 on the day too. Apple's pushing again. Yeah, 100% flow. I think same thing on Tesla. We break that, we're going to see the move.
About to close the 5 minute over 50. In here. It's like 1:30.
All right, we'll see if Apple gives us this move, guys. I'm going to take SPX 4510 calls this time instead of the 4500s. 4510 calls at 270. So basically same entry as the 4500s. looking for the same type of move here. If we get up over 448.44, looking for that push up to 451.54 on SPX, the target's going to be, give me 1 second, I'll tell you, 45.19.
My mic. My mic. You know, sorry.
It was just loud. Yeah, Martin, I'm taking SPX calls, so you could take SPY calls instead. But I did SPX 45.10 calls, um, $270 per contract. They're currently sitting at $260 per contract right now, so it's below my average. Here's a nice 10% move on these contracts here. If we can break 448.44, guys, I think we'll see a big move to the upside on these cons. The high of day on these contracts is 390, so about $100 more than where we're at right now. If we can run these cons right back to high of day. Big test right here on SPY though, because this is the level that we have to get up over. A minute and 45 seconds on the candle. We haven't gotten a candle close above 448.44. If we get that, I think we're going to make the move back to 450. And the big key level over 450 is 451.54. SPX 45.19 is the target. All right, 15% on SPX now. Amazon's pushing again. $448.44 is the absolute key to this whole entire equation, in my opinion. Multiple rejections this morning on the smaller time frames at that level. 2 rejections on the 5-minute at that level. So we break out over that, I think we'll see a really nice move up. Ten seconds to go on this candle.
Is my mic still bad? Is it still pretty loud?
It's a little better now. All right, let's see if SPY has the juice. $448 test right here on SPY.
Or 12% on these impulse.
Yeah, Tesla's making low of day. I don't know. Tesla and Nvidia both are just kind of acting a little funny, in my opinion. I think if we can get a short term bounce here, and if Qs can bounce back up, tech will send us the overall markets. All right, SPX down 4% right now, down 3%. See if we get this breakout right here. Like I said, if tech can bounce, I think we'll get to break. Eli Lilly daily. Oh yeah, it's huge, Swaggy. 618. We break 618. Eli Lilly can go. Buyer's trying again here on SPY. Green on the SPX 4510s now. Come on. 448.44 is the key here. A minute and 15 seconds again. QQQ held the 9 EMA. There we go. Get us a new high of day here. New high of day on SPY. 20% on these now. Come on, don't do it to us. 25 seconds to go. Give us the candle close over 448.44. Come on. Apple's got to get over 180, 87.60, guys. Come on. 3 seconds. We closed over, I think. No, we closed at 448.43. So another rejection here. But let's see if we push from this level now.
First, kind of closed about 15 for PayPal.
Still sitting at break even here on these SPX 4510s. Nvidia's trying to reclaim the 9 EMA. I think if tech can if QQQ pushes towards high here, we're going to get a new high of day push back on SPY. Yo, Ace, you better not be full porting. Next level I have up on DraftKings is 36, then 37.78. Those are the only two levels I have to the upside. Yeah, here goes Spy pushing back up now. Like I said, if Q's can run back towards high of day, I think Spy's going to break out and push towards 450.
Up 20% now on these PayPals.
There we go. New high of day. Huge move. 30% now on SPX. We're ripping now, guys. I scaled half my position at 30% there, sitting at 28% now on the rest of the position.
27% here. All right, 24%.
Yeah, target's 450, guys, on Spy. It's the next psych level. $33 now on SPX. If Apple breaks 187.60, guys, we're gonna fly. But we're sitting up 32% right now on SPX, 4510s. Like I said, the next level up is 4519 on SPX. We're entering the gap now. There it goes. 40% now on SPX. Nvidia is starting to push too, guys. QQQ, we needed to make a new high of day. But like I said, if Qs and tech started to rebound, we would see SPY pull up, which is what we saw. It's the best way to do it, T-Pat. Yeah, Tesla is starting to curl. New high of day on SPX, by the way. Here's 50% now on SPX, 4510s. SPX is entering the gap too.
So far, 2 for 2 on the morning prayers. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go. All right, here's 50% on the SPX 4510s. Back-to-back 50% trades on SPX now. Like I said, QQQ made a new high of day, and SPY, pushed towards that 449 level. We break through 449, 450 is the next spot up. That's the big psych level that I think buyers will take us to.
I was 4 cents away from my second target, which is 56.77, and then I have 57 flat. That's going to be the next first deal. So far, we hit 30%, and I'm also here as well.
Yeah, Nvidia is really going. If Apple breaks 187.63, we're really going to move. Apple hasn't even started to move upside yet, really. We're just slowly creeping on Apple. SPX new high of day. We going to break 449 or what? More new highs on SPX. There it goes. %60 now on SPX. 70% now.
Let's go.
We're in the gap on SPX. Tesla's moving up over the EMAs now. Like everything's starting to push, guys. Huge, huge move. 80% now on SPX. New highs again on QQQ.
Bro, SPY and PayPal look almost exactly the same.
Really?
Look, watch. That picture you sent?
Oh, yeah, they do. Straight up. We did hit 4,500 on SPX, by the way, guys. So that could be like a psychological rejection here. I think it's like 449 on SPY. If you were to correlate the two, just keep that in mind. Whole numbers typically are psych levels. And that's what we saw there. So
Nice. Yeah, AMD. I need to look at that video. Yeah, AMD. Super nice. Hopefully somebody took one and posted that chart.
I'll be right back, guys.
Did anybody take PayPal with me? Yeah. Fat. Nice. Alcon's just at 37%. Oh, I can do with this stick, bro. Come on. This was given on a platter. Look at that. Right before the breakout. I love just playing the force fields. Oh. Dang bro.
Ah, damn, I missed Netflix, guys. I can't believe I missed that one. We hammered right off of 448. You're right, Believe. Ah, that was a perfect setup, and I was waiting for that to happen. Um, yeah, guys, check out Netflix. Literally hammered off that key level, and we've just been trending up to 455.60. Yep, we talked about it too. I just sometimes there's too many names to look at. The good news is that the 2K account's now over 6 grand.
That's wild, bro. That live in front of everybody. That's wild.
Don't worry, the haters will say it's all photoshopped. Yeah. I'd probably hate too if I wasn't able to actually grow an account. Fugazi. Spot my break here.
I still most of my position. Well, not most, but the early like rest of my position here on.
I've got my eyes on Tesla, guys, for a break over 234.50. We put in that hammer candle on Tesla. Nice work, Kyle. 100% on AMD. Let's go, Rock. Guys, I'm looking at the 250 calls on Tesla here. I think I'm going to take him too. Took 250 cons, 250 calls, 10 cons at $71 a contract on Tesla. Looking for a breakout over 234 for a move up to high of day, and then 240 is the next level up that I have. If Tesla snaps this area here, guys, it's going to be a at least a 25-30% move, I would think.
It's the most annoying cop I've ever heard in my life.
I was gonna say, bro, that sound like a cat over there.
It's farming, dude. I'm a true transformer, dude.
Yeah, exactly, Shane. I want to take these back to $1 here. High of day on these contracts is $99 per. So if we go back to high of day, that's what I want to see is these things go back to about $1 a contract. I mean, Apple's starting to roll over though, so keep this in mind if you guys are watching. Trend line on Apple, we just broke it, so we could see some downside. But if SPY falls, hopefully Tesla does what it's been doing for the last month, which is going counter to the market. But that's Apple's. Apple did definitely break that trend.
Oh, I saw Dumb Money yesterday.
Oh, was it
Have you
good?
seen it, Racetrack?
No, not yet.
Yeah, it's good. It, it's okay, bro.
Yeah.
Like it's like 6 out of 10. 6
All right.
out of 10. It's just I like the apes make us look good because
Yeah.
we're over here putting in work, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just following call outs.
Hey, Jari is he is in LA, so his IMBD rating might be pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah, like movie critic.
yeah. It's a good, you know, like the moral of the story is pretty good, but
The one on the Atlas guys is going to be good too.
come on, guys. If Disney gets that movie,
It's-
like
Yeah.
Zach is gonna be played by like Denzel Washington. Oh my goodness. Oh, Charlie's gonna be played by a freaking Rottweiler. Like, come on, guys. AMD is on a air. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Tesla contracts back at high here. SPY's about to break high of day. There's high of day break on SPY. SPY's ripping higher.
Oh my goodness. This is AMD chart.
85% on SPX now. Yeah, AMD's going. Like I said, guys, SPX is in the gap. So next level I have up is 4519 on SPX.
Alright. Promote love, not hate. Mental health. Come on.
Mental health is key when you're deep red.
When when you're against a trend, dude. Hey man, when you're out of God's favor, you know what I'm saying? You know the Philistines and what we did to them.
I really want to add more contracts to my Tesla position, but I think I'm gonna chill. I'm not gonna add anymore. But I think this trade can be pretty big with Spy doing what it's doing, and now SPX finally over that 4,500 level. Apple's trying to consolidate, move back up. The key here on Tesla is going to be this breakout. It's on the top right of my screen, guys, on YouTube, but you can see this level. 234.40. New highs on SPX now. Q's just grinding up. I mean, look at look at SPY today, guys, on the 2-minute time frame. MJ, are you still in your contracts, by the way? Because we never close underneath the 13 EMA. I hope MJ's still in. 100% on SPX now. 45.10s. Down 8% on Tesla. I'm still hanging out in Tesla because I think we can still get this move.
PayPal is the exact image of Spy, like at the dot. This is crazy. Even with the force shoulder, that's insane. Bro, MJ's at the club right now. Playing all those games.
Yeah.
Every business.
It's crazy though. When you guys talk about like staying in a trade, right? Like we never lost a 13 EMA on SPY. If you guys see here on this chart, it's just straight up. Haven't lost the 9 EMA on SPY. So everyone's like, what's the smoothest name? Well, look at SPY's 5-minute. We've had 2 red candles the entire day. That's it. Those are the kind of names that you want to be trading. XLF financials. Yeah. Yeah. Really smooth on financials too. Yeah. PayPal, really, really nice. I've got a key level at 57.77 to the upside if we keep going up.
Top of the fortune. All right, guys. I'm gonna head out here. So
All right, man.
see you later, Shrek. Bye, everybody. God bless you. Talk to you guys soon.
See you, bro. Yeah, I'm down 18% right now in Tesla. Um, Kind of my fault for entering a name that's consolidating, not waiting for this breakout. But with SPY doing what it's doing, we'll see. We'll see if the 21 EMA holds. If it can't hold here, I'll get out because there's a good chance it can go back down to low of day. Um, so we'll just manage it that way. Yeah, we've all seen a reverse strain, but remember, I'd rather get out at that 20% than hope that it reverses. I think we could still go up on Tesla too, for sure. We'll see if we hold the 9 EMA here or not. That's going to be key. A minute and 30 seconds to go. Man, hopium is one hell of a drug. It's like the one thing you can't shake. Most of it's ego driven, I think. I want to be allergic to hopium. Even I struggle with it sometimes. I think everyone that trades at some point in their career, they hopium becomes something that's if Nvidia clears 497, we're going to 500. Damn. My thought on Tesla was that if the market keeps ripping, if Tesla gets over 235, like this is going to be a really nice swing potential to get back to 250 this week. All right, we held the 21 EMA, so I'm staying in Tesla right now. Trey, I use the actual candle closes. I don't use the wicks for the most part. I quit looking at BA when I stopped out of it. It held that 205, 206 level really well, pushed back up. SPY sitting right here on the 13 EMA. Big wick down on Tesla, pulled back up. Yeah, I just saw that tweet from FS. He's awesome. He's coming into the Discord with us soon. Yeah, I want you guys to hear from him. He's one of the best price action readers when it comes to trading, in my opinion. He eludes everything you want to be in a trader, right? Like price action, patience, all of that stuff. Yep, still in Tesla trench. I'll let you guys know when I sell. Tesla's back to $61 a contract now. The big move that I want to see here is a move over to 234.40. All right, now we're down 10% on Tesla. Let's see. All right, I'm trying to get our guest up here now. Let's see. There we go. What's up, FS?
So, man, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you. How's it going, man?
It's going good. I really just doing this environment. Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Someone actually just posted a tweet. Detective Bunsen here. He posted a tweet from you. And I was like, actually, FS is probably going to be coming in to talk a little bit. So I was telling them like you're one of the best price action readers, and really like you kind of like emulate everything that you should be in a trader when it comes to just being patient and waiting for like your setups to break. Like you're one of the best, I think, that does that. You know, it's like quality over quantity. You're not taking a ton of trades every day, but the ones you do take seemingly are, you know, really, really high quality setups.
Thanks for the praise, man. Appreciate that. I think I do a pretty good job, but a lot of it's attributed to the traders that I've learned on Twitter, such as yourself. You do have some of the cleanest charts on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. But content you put out, bro, it's you. I have notifications on for very few people. You want,
I appreciate that.
but people that appreciate that. You guys been trading since the open?
Yeah, yeah, we've been trading since the open. SPY, SPX long is what I took today. Just had a really nice trend. And once we broke 447 on SPY, I was targeting a move up to like 450 psych level. And so we got two different trades on SPX. Both went about 100%. One was like 160, so it was a pretty nice trade. And then took Meta long over like 335 level, and then I got stopped out on BA earlier. I was looking for a breakout over 208 on BA to a move up to like 215, and I thought it was going to go with SPY, but it it didn't. It got rejected that 208.40 level. So that's kind of what I've been looking at today. What about you? I saw your tweet on Tesla. I'm actually long in Tesla right now for a break over 234, for a move up to that same like resistance spot you're talking about. So I'm looking to see if I can catch a like an intraday move up to that spot on Tesla right now.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this tested that. What is it like 244? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised when that gap fills into it now. If you look at the volume profile, there's almost well in comparison, there's very little resistance. So you know you can expect a lot of volatility here, and it's looking like it's to the upside. If you look at the daily RSI, it's in the mid 50s. So it's not overbought. It's not like you know a Meta or Microsoft. Those are both at 70 or slightly above. Tesla's in the mid 50s. That resistance is like what 3% away.
Yep.
For Tesla is like you know 2 hours of price action.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's definitely insane.
Yeah, I'm looking it's been like Tesla I think has this like it's just like when it like you said when it moves it really moves pretty big. So I got long into 250 calls on Tesla, and it might turn into like an intra week swing for me if we continue to break through levels to the upside. But the one thing that's interesting to me is like Apple's been relatively weak comparatively speaking to the market. For the last few weeks, I feel like looking at Apple compared to some of the other names, Apple definitely had a really nice move up recently, but I feel like outside of that one day, like Friday, Apple's just been kind of trading sideways a little bit on days when individual names are pushing a little bit higher. So I'm surprised to see Apple kind of rejecting this 188 level with SPY pushing the way that it is.
Yeah, it's one of those tough ones. When you have a, like that just sheer size of the market cap, it takes a lot of capital to move it. You
Exactly.
do get those big days every now and then, but when you get those big days, that's like what a multi-$100 billion market cap swing. So you know it takes a lot of weight to it. But if you look at Apple, Tesla, and Nvidia, I know it's only intraday, it's only a few hours since the open, but the daily candles all have sort of hammer look to them.
Yep.
So, you know, we opened and we did well. We sold off, flushed a little bit. We opened and now we're retesting, close to retesting daily advertising. So I'm surprised. Like, if you look at, you know, some of these daily RSIs where we got the past few weeks, this is almost nonstop grind. And this gap up, which is just God candles and pre-market. I think Tesla's up 5% market. So these names gap huge pretty significantly, and then they flushed and they reclaimed. For now, they reclaimed most or all of that flush and retesting or close to retesting new highs a day. That's pretty impressive. Like I thought, taking the trade here because I can't make sense of a lot of this price action. And I thought CPI's gap up.
Yeah.
It'll take a little bit long to digest, but this is still
very strong. I know the Qs, they're not exactly, steady, but if you look at individual names like Magnificent 7, probably besides Apple, but most of these other names, they're a lot stronger than BP, especially
Yeah.
it's awesome to see.
What do you think about Nvidia this week if we can break 500? I think that one's got a like that's got a chance to be a huge mover over 500, I feel like.
So yeah, so all-time highs is 503. It looks like
Yep.
500 in that sense sweet. Since psychological spot. Today's high today was about 498.
Yep.
I mean, with this hammer candle low, I would be surprised if 500. We have earnings coming up. November 21st.
Yep.
So that's exactly a week. I wouldn't be surprised to see it.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of looking at, like 520, like as like a target on Nvidia for just like a psych number once we break 500 going to 520. And I saw them lighting up like December 1st 525 calls on Nvidia yesterday. I saw some flow coming in on that. Some people were posting about it on Twitter. So could be an earnings run up type of play once we break that 500 psych level to just ride the wave to the upside.
Yeah, there's a ton of buy stops above 500. I wouldn't be surprised. Right now, we're about $1 away from a new high day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the strength is incredible. They could on the side. Those are the only thing. A little hesitant about 72 in the top range for this rally. Since the beginning of the year, it's up mid-80s. So if you look at this stock, it's not exactly an overheated name. But if we do continue our earnings, you can probably see it a nice IV flush. I think we're really overheated when it comes to that's a week away. So
yeah, for sure. It's interesting too because I feel like the market goes through like themes. You remember like during COVID, you traded more equities than I did, but like the theme plays that like would always like kind of come up. It's like the market kind of catches a theme and then you kind of jump on that theme and trade it. I feel like recently, like a lot of these tech, like Microsoft hit new all-time highs, AVGO hit new all-time highs. Nvidia is really close to new all-time highs. I feel like that this tech kind of like theme right now is like everything's getting close to all-time highs. So it's interesting to see like Nvidia really close to these all-time highs. Apple's not too far away. If we can take 190, we're only $7 away from all-time highs on Apple. It's just interesting to me to see all these names pushing towards all-time highs.
It's amazing to see, but then again, it makes sense. These are the companies that have the most cash on hand, the highest nominal earnings. Still has some earnings growth. And, it's for a reason. When you have it's only a handful of stocks. Well, yeah, I'd rather own those handful of stocks. Like I'd rather own my starters than be complaining why my bench players aren't performing well. Like if you look at small caps, the year to date or a few months trailing period, yeah, they're not doing well. But that argument that you shouldn't trade or you shouldn't go long in anything because small caps aren't doing well. A huge disservice to yourself.
Right.
Of course, like people who complain about that on Twitter. But actually, if you look at small caps, that 178, 179 level
on IWM.
Yeah, we're pushing. We're at 9 for small caps.
Yeah, I had a key level here at 170, 177. Basically, we got over that, we held it. So I don't have anything on my IWM chart now until about 179. So could be a nice move up. But yeah, they are up like almost 5% on the day on IWM, which is crazy. I always say IWM. No. I was just say I always say IWM is like a really good like name for people to trade that want to trade options that maybe have smaller accounts because you can trade 0-day liquid contracts without having to spend the premium that you'd spend on QQQ or SPY or another name like that. So IWM is typically if you can if you get good range on IWM, it's a really good name to trade for newer traders that maybe have a smaller account.
Definitely, I agree, and it makes sense that they're having one of the best or the best of the year. Inflation comes in low, that obviously smaller companies, the ones that are currently struggling to get capital in a high rate environment.
100%.
Because of inflation.
Yeah.
Today's move makes sense. Uh, Again, I kind of harp on our side a little bit too much, but it's only at 60, so we're not even overbought. And I think that's what a lot of people kind of missed the past few weeks. That's why there's so much upside. When you look at 4 or 5 3 days in a row, the upside is still 58. It's not overbought.
Yep.
The upside takes in many weeks of previous price action. So past few days have been green. When you look at, especially NVIDIA, a lot of people short NVIDIA, which I think that my day today right now. They were short NVIDIA around 450. We had an R side about 59. Now it's at almost 500. Just because we had 4 or 5 3 days in a row coming into that. So it's interesting to see that WM is, this huge gap up day, high day right now. R side is still pretty neutral.
Yeah, for sure. And Nvidia is looking like it's going to go get Hive Day. Spy's really pushing for that 450 spot now. Oh yeah, Baba. Someone said Baba volume, but we just broke out over a key level at 83.80. Baba does have earnings this week on Thursday, so keep that in mind if you guys are trying to trade Baba. The might be a run up into earnings on this name. Yeah, markets look really good. We just Spy's 5-minute. We've had like 5 red candles on the 5-minute chart all day. So
it's amazing.
Yeah, I know. I think financials have been like big too. Gyra Shades, he played PayPal earlier, and I was looking because like QQQ isn't as strong as SPY is today. I think a big reason for that is Apple, and a few other tech names like Nvidia. It hasn't made a new Hive day yet, but when you look at SPY, it's so much smoother, I think, because energy and the financial sector is kind of pushing us higher. So I always tell people like FS, I'm like a big trend trader. So I'm always looking for like the relative strength or relative weakness. Because I'd rather trade a name that's, got a nice trend to the upside or downside than try to trade options on a name that's trading sideways, because that's basically impossible to actually profit from a name range sideways.
Unless you're selling options, and again, you open yourself up to over 100% loss if that option goes crazy in either direction. So yeah, it's a directional trade. What are you looking at? Do you have like a watch list or any sector that you guys are right now?
So I just on my YouTube stream, I always keep up like 6 different charts. So right now I've just got SPY, QQQ, I've got IWM up, I have Nvidia, and then I have Tesla because I'm looking for Tesla. I'm in Tesla calls right now, 250 calls, looking for a Hive day break, up about 8% on these now, with the target of pre-market high, and then 238 is my next key level. And if we break 238, I think that's where we're going to go back to that resistance level that you're talking about, around 243, 245 area. So that's what I'm playing right now currently.
Yeah, resistance level is only about 3% away. It's very feasible. Probably not today, but I can see it fall through tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a few more macro events this week, right? I think we have something coming up Thursday.
Yeah, we have JPAL speaking tomorrow and on Thursday.
Yeah, speakers this week. I think someone said 20.
Wow. Today. Oh, and then we have PPI tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then I think housing on Friday, maybe, or maybe that was last week. Okay, yeah, I thought there was housing. Man, Tesla can't get that high a day. 235.59.
Same with Nvidia.
Yeah, I think if SPY can take 450, the next level I have on SPY is 450, 150. If we can break over the 450 psych level, SPX is in the gap, so I would expect us to get it. But um, this is where I like to look at SPY and QQQ, and like SPY's at high of day, pushing highs, and QQQ never made a high of day on this push. So that's where I resort back to basically saying like SPY is obviously stronger right now than QQQ. So FS, you've been trading for a while now, and I know you've made millions in the market. Like eh, for people that are like listening, like newer traders, like did you have like a moment where it kind of like clicked for you where you were like, okay, like I'm gonna stop doing this because I know it's not working, and like I'm just gonna focus on my system, my setup. Cause like I was talking to Stockman Trading over the weekend. We did a podcast, and there's one thing that him and I talked about. We were like, feel like every trader almost has like a come to Jesus moment where it's like it just clicks and you're like, okay, like, you know what I mean? Like I can't really describe what it feels like, but hopefully you know what I'm like talking about. When did you actually like have that moment where you were just like, all right, like this is how to become consistently profitable without, jumping from strategy to strategy and losing your tail on every trade that you take.
Yeah, exactly, Jimmy. First, I'm gonna preface this way. I made millions pre-tax. So after tax is 21 to 2 million.
Yeah.
So I'm not like extremely balling out. But in terms of something that clicked for me, I think a lot of personality, personal experience, how long you've been trading, the types of trading, strategy that you're trying to take, who you're learning from. I think there's so many different factors that affect each and every individual's, click moment or how long it takes to click, things like that. For me, one of my personality, when you take that into account, I'm a very stubborn person. Uh, when that translates into my trading, it means I learn lessons the hard way. I can't read a book. So many trading books before I was probably, I can't read that and internalize it and apply it to my trading until I'm forced to. And I've been forced to by just pain, financial pain. I've blown up so many accounts, most of them small. I've blown up 2 pretty big accounts, and total's probably been about between 100 to 120K deep in the hole, red losses at worst. And it took me about a year or two after that to break even. So in total, it was around 5 years for me when I first started trading. My first ticker I bought, I don't know, I think it was a Tesla. A year or two after IPO, it was a long time ago, or was it penny stock? It was so long ago. Well, between that and losing, coming back to break even was about 5 years. So for me, it was a long time. It was before it was a thing, before I had any access to solid education, before a lot of these books that are available today were actually written. I didn't know what trading psychology was until about my 4th year. I didn't think that was a thing. Who talks about mindset? We talk about trading, especially back then. There wasn't as much, good information or anything like that. And by the way, if you guys have any trading, just feel free to cut me out. But I think my moment for me that clicked was rock bottom when I got that minus 120K, deep in the whole moment was when I blew my last big account, which was about 50K. I took that 250K from about 10K. Did really, really well over the course of about 6-7 months. It was a lot of hard work, a lot of studying. Just like I'm doing now, screen watching at the screens every day, pre-market after hours. It took me about 5, 6, 7 months to grow that to 50K, and then within maybe 2 weeks, I lost it all.
Wow.
And yeah, it's you have to be really careful when you're on a hot streak. Like that cliche is, your worst losses come as you're doing your best because then you bend in your discipline, your rules can be bent a little bit. You sort of look at the gains you just made as, quote unquote, on the house psychologically, even if you don't, really want it to mean that way. When you see money just popping up doesn't really seem real. So, you know, you can take gambles with it that you normally would, and you can risk more than you normally would. You can take this trade here, you can try this strategy here that you're bored, and you just made 50% in the past few months, whatever it is. So that quickly leads down a degenerate spiral. And for me, that was the moment that clicked. Was you know, I did really well for many, many months, and within a week or two, it was all gone. So I had to go from a period of just emotional numbness to not wanting to process it, to denial, to blaming. And then it took months after that for me to come to the realization that everything that happens in the market that affects me is my fault. Decisions that I make are all my fault. Buying and selling anything, the decision to take a trade at any point in the day, any given time, the decision to lose money in 2 weeks, everything that I did in the past 6-7 weeks or 6-7 months, it was all my fault. So it took me that period of 4 or 5 months. That was my click moment. So it wasn't like an overnight thing for me. Sorry to kind of just ramble, but I'm not really seeing any trades now, so I'm just talking with you guys.
Yeah.
Fun. Yeah, but for me, it took a few months because I'm just a very stubborn person. I don't learn by reading a book and then taking that to heart. It's almost like I don't believe that person because I think I can do better. And it's only when I'm humbled in the market repeatedly and I'm just forced to finally reevaluate my approach, see what I did wrong. That's what that's when I sort of clicked things together. So yeah, that was my moment when about my third, fourth year in, when I was about $120 in the hole. A few months after that was pretty painful. I lost everything that I had. I was in debt. I had to take care of my family. It was a rough moment, but for me at least, I can't learn anything unless I'm forced to. And I don't know if that applies to a lot of people, but for me, that's sort of the approach that I had to take. So yeah, you guys learned or just heard me rant for a few minutes, but I'm curious, Strap, what was your click moment? I'm sure it wasn't overnight. Just you woke up one day and you're just a very successful trader.
Yeah.
Was it like a process?
No, so I appreciate your take on it too, because I think that helped a lot of people. I think they hear a lot of what you're saying. I think they see themselves in you. And I think that's good to for people to see people that are successful in trading, and then see that they're not that far away because people before them have struggled with the exact same thing and they figured it out. I think that helps a lot of people. And so for me, when things started to click for me was when I just I was in a lot of different educational things, right? When I first started, I looked at StockTwits, then I looked at Twitter, and I was like, I see people doing this. How do I need to figure out how to do this? And it's gonna sound cliche, but honestly, for me, when I just look back at the fundamentals, that's what really helped me. That's when it started clicking for me. And you get to a point when you just get so sick and tired of doing something over and over and over again at such a low level. And what I mean by that is not a lot of success, but you see other people doing it. It becomes very old and it becomes frustrating. And I'm a very competitive person by heart, by nature, being a collegiate athlete. There's just I always have competition in my bones, whether it's I always just want to win, at anything in life. I'm a problem solver. So I'm always trying to analyze stuff and I just want to win. And so when I was analyzing, what I found was that I wasn't winning because I wasn't actually analyzing what was going on the charts, right? The two things that have made me successful in life, being able to analyze complex problems and solve them, and then having the competitive grit to it, that's really when I put those two things together, it became paramount to my success in trading, because now I'm able to analyze a chart from a very simple level. I started using key levels. I started using technical analysis and price action versus just guessing, hey, this looks like it might go up today. This looks like it might go down. But I lost money too. I didn't, fortunately I didn't lose, over six figures. But I was in the 30K range, 30K, I think 35K, at the, bottom of it all. And then, at the beginning of, 2021 is when things started kind of turning around for me, when it came to options. And that's kind of where it took, I kind of took off from there. And my strategy has like evolved over time. So like, I'm not the same trader that I was in 2021. I'm not even the same trader that I was in 2022. And I think that's key to remember too, guys. Like a lot of people ask me about trading and they think it's such a like objective like thing, when in reality, like I really do think it's like equal parts science and art. Like you can't just go into a trade and say every time I go into a trade my stop loss is 20%. At least I can't, because there's different market factors that happen. And it's like, maybe my 20% stop, like that's cool, but like maybe there's multiple points of confluence that are telling me that I should stay in a trade because of, whatever reason. So I think my strategies developed, but now I think at its core, like I think finding UFS like in 2021 was big for me, because the one thing that I like I've kind of coined now is like, price consolidation leads to range expansion the majority of the time. It doesn't happen all the time, but I would say it happens 8 to 9 out of 10 times. When we get some type of coiled pattern on a chart, we're typically going to see some type of range expansion outside of that pattern. And so a lot of newer traders, like people will come up to me and they'll ask me in DMs, like, why are you always looking for consolidation? Don't you need like, you don't want to trade that as an options trader, right? And I'm like, yeah, you don't want to trade it, but if I can find names that are consolidating and coiling, then that's going to give me a really high probability opportunity to take a trade outside of that consolidation, to be able to trade upside or downside on it. And so, yeah, I think that was kind of like my point, was I just got sick and tired of like seeing people succeed and like not taking it serious. And when I started treating trading kind of like a business, and really doing it seriously instead of like a, kind of like a fun, country club fraternity type thing. It was like, hey, this can really be serious if you do it right. That's when I really started to get serious with it, and I started to see the profits compound. So
Absolutely, man. Very well said. Yeah, I remember like a year or two ago when we sort of first connected on Twitter, we were sort of shooting the shit, DMing every once in a while. What you touched on was you're not the same trader in 2022 or even 2021. I can't speak to enough of how much I agree with that you have to adapt. Because markets change, markets adapt. 2020 was COVID, so we had everything rallying almost nonstop. I think we had maybe 1 or 2 dips after March that whole year. It was insane. 2021, mostly more of the same until maybe September, October. So you have to pivot your strategy. Of course, it's hindsight, but you have to pivot your strategy completely from when you realize conditions sort of changed the end of 2021 and obviously almost all of 2022 until that October low. So pivots in the market where if conditions change, if sentiment changes, and if you don't adapt your strategy or your risk tolerance or your specific style, things like that, then even if it worked in the previous market, in the previous conditions, it might not work. It might destroy your account. Because in 2020 and then most of 2021, if anyone here has followed me since then, way back then, I was primarily a penny stock or OTC trader. So back then, the rules were different. So in late 2021 and early 2022, the rules for OTC penny stocks were changed by the SEC, making it less favorable to the parabolic rallies that we used to get. So if anyone's here that was trading in 2020 after COVID crash in March, and then all the QE announcements and stimulus checks and all that fun stuff, penny stocks did amazing because of that huge injection into liquidity into previous liquid markets. So you had everyone staying at home, all these kids with money. There was no sports from it was at the peak. That strategy then, in my opinion, was buying penny stocks, either getting in before they went parabolic or those dip buys because they were just extremely liquid. They've never been that liquid since then. I don't think they'll get back to being at that level of liquidity. But that was the strategy for 2020. And then so in 2021, and then we had GameStop, we had AMC, and that was sort of the peak. And degeneracy in the markets, just buying something and expecting out the money call options to triple, quadruple within a few weeks. Facts. That was a very high risk, degenerate type of environment, but it worked. It worked. We had a liquidity board. We had SEC rules were very favorable in terms of penny stocks. I think before early 2021, and everyone at home, for a time there were no sports. There's huge interest in the stock market. We had Davey the day trader. We had celebrities popping up SPACs, popping up crypto. Of course, crypto, that's a whole other subject on its own. What was it running in crypto? So a strategy that works in that environment, just by definition, can't work in a few months after that. You look at late 2021, 2022, it gets destroyed. That same strategy gets destroyed in the later market conditions that we had last year.
Yeah.
So you have to realize that. Of course, you can't realize it at the peak of the market, but even after a few losses, once you get stopped on enough times, when enough trades of the same strategy don't work, if you don't adapt, everything you've made is taken away from you. So it's a very fluid field. You know, we've chosen a career in.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. And I think for me, like mine really did change during COVID, because the strategy in COVID for me, that was like my first taste into like day trading in the markets. Like everyone else that you know, not every, but the majority of people that, you know, have gotten into the markets, like that's when they got in, was 3 years ago. And my strategy was buy when it's, you know, at the open or during the morning, and then just sell in the afternoon for like a nice little profit. Like that was the strategy. You know, not much to it from my perspective. I didn't look at support and resistance, nothing. And then like I said, early 2021, when I started going into the options world, I had traded options in 2020, but like seriously diving in, it was because the strategy quit working. Like the penny stocks weren't just going straight up. Like they were coming down a lot too. And so I was like, well, how can you make money on the downside without actually shorting the equity? Because I didn't want to do that, because I wasn't, you know, I was like, I don't think I'm ready to actually short equity yet. And so that's where my whole strategy changed. But it's funny because like I see a lot of traders on like social media, and even in like different Discord groups, and even on like Instagram and stuff, but like they all have like a bias to them. And I think you're one of the best at doing this, FS, is like just not trading a bias, like literally just trading the price action and just waiting for these things to set up and happen. And then, you know, I think you tweeted about the other day, but like less noise and like, you know, performing at a very high level. It's just so funny to me that people still trade with a bias and with this, I don't know if it's like egotistical or what it is, but when I started looking at price action and technicals, like it like my whole game, the whole game changed for me, because it was like the win rate got higher, the quality of trades was just higher, the amount that I was winning on the trades got high, like everything got higher when I started focusing on price action and technical analysis.
Absolutely, brother. I agree with that. I think one thing that really makes it hard for traders to do that, especially newer traders, is social media. Because you know, what gets the most engagement on social media? It's sensationalism. You know, whatever topic you think about in trading, it's usually being ultra bearish all the time. If you are bearish at any point in time, you can find a reason to back that. You know, you can find something in the market to tell you that there's a bearish bias. Prices can't go up from here because something is up 50% year to date. It has to go down. You guys all know the accounts I'm talking about. Rich all their lives. They have so many followers that, you know, they sound very smart when they talk. Consistently wrong since the beginning of the year. So I think social media, for better or for worse, makes it hard to remain unbiased, even if it's in the other side. You know, there's a lot of traders that are just perma bulls all the time. And just buy calls on every single day, refuse to post a chart to say that they can't chart to save their lives. I think that's also equally damaging.
So how do you fight against the bias, FS? Like, have you ever struggled with like having a bias while you're trading? And like how do you mitigate that like risk of having a bias? And like how have you gotten over that? Is it just because you've seen what you can do when you just trade the price action? Like, so you just inherently know, like, I don't even care about having a bias anymore because I know how successful I can be if I just trade price action and technicals?
Well, that's the thing. You know, we're all human. So even now, what I've seen so many times over the years, uh, without bias is best for me, and I've done so much better than when I take someone else's opinion and sort of apply that to my trading. Even now, I see someone I really respect on social media, they have an opinion opposite to mine. You know, I can't help but doubt sometimes. Like, well, what if I'm wrong? Let me see what they've read. Maybe I did tweak my strategy a little bit, things like that. And sometimes when I do that, I end up losing because I followed someone else's opinion. And that's fine. We all have losses. You know, I've taken wrong trades. So it's not like on anyone. But I think over time, uh, if you're allowing yourself to remain easily biased by others' opinions, then this career, if you want it to be a career, isn't for you. Because you need to, you can read other people's opinions, you can take things that maybe you find interesting or think you didn't know. Right? If you base a strategy around a tweet or opinion or a YouTube video that you've read that disagrees with your own, and you just completely disregard your own opinion, that's not sustainable long term. So I don't think you can develop a full-time career here. Because you need confidence. Like, it also goes back to confidence. At the beginning, it's really hard because it's an uphill battle to build confidence. Because where does confidence come from? Confidence comes from being right, from making money, and doing that consistently. So, you know, if you're first starting out, you have all the confidence in the world because you haven't been wrong. If you've been wrong a few times at the beginning, your confidence takes a hit. To build that, you just by definition, to have confidence, you need to be right a few times. You need to maybe see a system that you put together on your own. It's work for a little bit. So then you build confidence in yourself. You can take your own opinion and treat it with respect. So it's at the beginning, it's very, very tough. That's why it's a lot of trial and error. You know, it took me, like I said, 5 years to get back to break even before we had all these amazing internet resources that we do today. You know, that was a long time. It was tough. But I think the danger of bias is always going to be there. Even now, I struggle with it almost on a daily basis because there's so many traders that I respect, access to on Twitter, of course, and a lot of them have different opinions. So what I found that helps me out is to do all my research, chart all my levels, and then develop my own thesis and opinions based on what I see on the chart. And I really like what you said earlier that your trading really is about when you just start focusing on the chart, what price is telling you in terms of price action, volume, and indicators that you have that tell you where sentiment is likely to go, what path up or down is looking like the least resistant. It's not really about predicting. It's just, it's all probabilities. And
Yeah.
if we break above this level, what's most likely to happen. So things like that, I find that doing all that first before looking at other people's opinions really helps out. Because if I just go on Twitter, right, first thing when I wake up, don't do any research, it's really hard to not be biased on what you see. So I like to do my own stuff first. And then maybe, just browse around and see if I can find anything that
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. I think at the end of the day, trading, a lot of people think trading is a prediction business. And in reality, like when my trading really took off too, is when I started treating trading like I was the casino and making it a business around probabilities, right? Because like, I don't know what's going to happen with any stock on any given day. And if I did, like, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd, have a lot more money than what I have now. If I had that crystal ball, but I think I've gotten to a point where I'm like pretty good at reading context clues, looking at different points of confluence, and then taking setups that are high probability setups, right? Like if we break this level or if we break this coiled pattern, there's a high probability that we see some type of extended move or range expansion outside of it. And at the end of the day, as a trader, that's all I'm looking for is just extension of price to be able to take advantage of it, to be able to buy something at $1, buy something at $100 and sell it for, $1.20 or $120 and, make some type of percentage, profit multiple on it. That's all we're trying to do as a trader. And so I think a lot of people get that confused that like, that's not what we're doing. Like we're here to predict, we're going to get like a massive move. We're trying to take a trade 500%, 600%. But the fact of the matter is like, you guys even see it on this 2K account that I've been growing over the last 24 days. Like the account hasn't grown because we've gotten massive plays. We actually haven't gotten too many huge plays. Like we haven't seen like I think we've seen one 10x play and it was on like just a few runners. But the bulk of the trade or of the trades that have actually grown the account have been because we've continuously taken high quality setups and we've kept our losses small. So For me, it's all about probability. So I think FS, like you hit the nail on the head right there. It's just looking for high probability setups. And for me, it's price action is king, because the buyers and sellers on these stocks, like they're gonna tell us, or give us an idea of where they're gonna try and take price to based on what they've done historically. So, if we always go to a certain point once we break through a key level historically, there's a good probability that we're going to do the same thing today or moving forward in the future. And that's kind of how I like to formulate my trade ideas and trading plan is off of that mindset.
Well said, man. Absolutely.
Um,
Kinda watching the
oh
podcast
yeah,
you just did.
yeah, yeah. Whenever you if you'd like to, I'll bring you out to DC. We'll do a podcast and do like a weekend in DC. But we'll get you on the podcast for sure.
You're based in DC.
Yeah, in Virginia, just outside of DC.
Shoot, I'm always down. I'm based in Chicago.
Oh, nice.
Chicago traders out here. Just no one wants to meet up in person.
Yeah. What's up, Arjan on YouTube? Yeah, we're green today, man. The 2K account is up 11% on the day, so we've had a really, really good day. Tesla is starting to move, guys. Also, I'm looking for a breakout here of high of day for a move to pre-market high, and then 238 is the first key level, and then over that, looking for that resistance spot that FS was talking about around 243. But we're close to high of day now on Tesla, up 10% on those 240 calls. There's the high of day push.
There it is. Jeez, man, the intraday range on these names, and it's only been 2 hours since the open. This is crazy.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I feel like the days have been like so long because we've just gotten so many good setups that like it almost feels like we've been sitting here a lot longer than we have. We've just gotten pretty blessed with like having a ton of good setups like come our way. Tesla is absolutely moving right now, going for 236. %15% on the Tesla calls. But I think that was the breakout candle on Tesla over that key level I was looking for. So now just looking for a pre-market high hit, 236.50 area.
Google and Apple don't want to rally low day or close to it.
That's what I'm saying. It's been a little challenging for me because some of the individual names are kind of disconnected from the market moves. Big volume on SPY right there, lower time frames.
Yeah, it's a nice little push right here.
But yeah, I think it helps people to kind of hear the stories of people that have like, because like you're in like the avatar that a lot of people want to be in, right? A successful trader who's taken their own trades. And at the end of the day, I think that's what a lot of people want is they want to be able to do that. And so to hear that, like, it's not just throw money into your Robinhood account or your Webull account this week, and next week you're going to be making multiple $1,000s a day consistently. It's just not realistic. But I think that's also a byproduct of the world that we live in now, because everything is so instant in our world now. We can go on Twitter and get news instantly. We can have food delivered to our house instantly. Like everything is so instant nowadays. It's like, this is one thing that really isn't, an instant. It's not an instant success type of thing. It takes years because it really is an art form. It's like giving someone a paintbrush and telling them that they're going to be a great painter in a couple days. It takes a lot of time to work on your craft.
100%. And I think the fact that people sometimes really grapple with or take a while to, fully absorb is that it's not as simple as seeing those social media posts where it's like, if you make 200 a day, you just average that much, and you can make this salary in a year, or if you average 500 a day, you can make this much.
Yep.
They don't talk about, well, what's that one day when you lost 500? What about that one day where you sat down for 8 hours and take a trade because there was no range expansion in anything. The Qs or the Qs SPY pitch flat, like mega caps didn't move. What about those days? So I think those days are actually most dangerous because if you're trading as if every day owes you something, then the days where you don't have an edge, you lose. You lose big because you're not expecting to lose. You're expecting, have to average this much or have a profit target. Profit target is one of the worst things that I've done as a beginner trader. That's destroyed so many accounts where, I have to make this much every week. If I don't, I'm falling behind.
Yep.
But then if you take that mentality, if you're taking breakouts and you're trying to take breakouts on a downtrending chart, but you have to meet a profit target, so I've done that so many times. The part is you not only have to delay its gratification, you have to be okay with losing sometimes or putting in a lot of work, a lot of screen time on the day where there's no edge and then there's just no reward, nothing. You're just sitting waiting. So yeah, those are the aspects that don't really talked about as much as the next profit screenshots everyone sees from traders who've been doing this for years.
Exactly.
So it's really perspective.
Airbnb just got a big stick, guys, out of that. Like we just talked about price consolidation. You guys can see in the premium chat there that like we've been consolidating on Airbnb on 5-minute candle closes ever since 10 o'clock, and we finally got to move out an hour and 50 minutes later, and we just got a huge candle to the upside there, going all the way up to 216.14. Almost like a dollar move on Airbnb on that candle. They sold it right back down, but really big move on big volume, like Rod said. Tesla got smacked as well at high of day. Oh,
I watched Disney this week. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just to say, Airbnb acquires AI startup for $200 million. That was what the candle was there. I would have loved to have owned that company for Airbnb to come in and grab it. Yeah, big sell on SPY's 2-minute time frame here. So what you said you're going to watch Disney into the rest of the week?
Yeah. So they reported earnings. And they were at 85 right before pre-earnings for 91 now. But right now there's a lot of sitting on volume for a while. So there's a lot of volume. It's a lot of just slow grinding. Around 93, there's a pretty attractive overhead supply gap. If you go back to the volume profile back a couple of years, over 93 drops off, and then over 95 is just a vacuum where it can move really quick to 98, 99 to that 100 psychological retest. But we have to break above 93 to get that started. Right now, we're at new relative high since earnings. So the day we gapped up above, we just passed that. Right now, it's only been a few ticks just happened, but it's Disney right now is at near high day. Just made a new one, 91.5. Definitely one to watch. I don't think it's ready quite yet, but above like 93, maybe 93.5. Supply starts to drop off, so we'll see a nice move. And the Marvel just came out and so much hate. So I think it's really interesting. If you look at where Disney like Euphoria peaked was Endgame. Endgame came within a few months of all-time highs. So right now, I think there's a lot of hate for this company. Deservedly so. It's trash, but we've been up since earnings. The price is telling a different story. Maybe this all-time hate put in a temporary bottom. We'll see, but 93.5, and I really like a nice, few percent upside move here. That's just one of the names I'm watching.
Sorry, FS. Did you say something to me there? It cut out.
Oh no, I was just talking about Disney.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, nothing to you.
Michael Burry closed his $11.6 billion short for a loss of 40%. Wow. That's crazy.
I can't remember like a single good trade he's taken since housing bubble, or
I
he's short.
Yeah, and he's like a perma bear. I feel like he is like a perma bear, but I feel like the housing market has been like his biggest trade, but even that, like he was so over leveraged on that trade, it almost didn't work out because people were tired of giving him money that they just kept losing.
Yeah, movie Too Short, which is a great movie. I highly recommend that. But yeah, wasn't really a lot of rules match. I mean, he was right. He can't really say anything, but it's just every time I hear him in the news now, he's been so consistently wrong. Like he was short Tesla for a long time.
Yep.
I think 2021 at the height of its gamma squeeze rally. I don't remember his exact losses on that, but it had to be pretty substantial because you're short Tesla after what 3 stock splits that year, and it's still just marching higher.
Yeah.
You short the market again later. Bull market, so it's tough to get Michael Burry.
Yeah, tough for sure. He's I don't know. He's got a bigger risk appetite than I do, I guess. But yeah, it looks like we're like SPY's kind of breaking down from a trend perspective here. We did just put in like a lower low right there. So we'll see. Key level I have is 448, 45 on SPY. Tech is starting to put in lower lows and lower highs as well. Like I said, the QQQ is relatively weaker than SPY to begin with. And now we're just kind of seeing that downside pattern play out. So really no opportunities for me in the market right now. I like the Disney thesis though. Oh,
I've been watching it for a while, but yeah, it might be ready soon.
yeah, Apple is just a kind of a disgusting chart today. The range on Apple is what's our high? Our high is 187.26 and our low 186.31. So we've got like $1 worth of range on Apple. And like I said, that's like once we get, some range expansion, that's when we can start to be a little bit more risk on. But for right now, it's charts aren't looking too good for giving us anything. But we're also coming into the lunchtime hour. Do you find FS that like you put on more of your trades in the morning versus the afternoon session, or like when do you find that you're putting on more of your trades? Yeah, I think for me, it's the same thing. Like, I think my best trades are in the morning. Frequently I'll do like opening drive. I feel like I'm pretty good at kind of determining opening drive plays and getting momentum right at the bell. But like you, I think volatility is what I need, and like I need volume and buyers and sellers to make money. Trying to scalp options and really see a big move. So those are the best times for me. I mean, occasionally I'll miss out on like an intraday move. Like this could be one here on SPY. If we break down through 448.45 and fall all the way back down to 447, like that could be a huge downside move here, and I might, miss that. But for the most part, I think like I went back and looked, like if I just traded like for the first hour every single day, my win rate is pretty phenomenal. And I feel like sometimes I will take some losing trades in the afternoon hours, and I feel like it's just because I'm trying to force something that's maybe not there. So one of the things that I think is hard to do as a trader too is like really determine like when is the time, like when should you like step away from the screens. And to your point, FS, I think like that's where a lot of people get into trouble, because it's like, hey, my target for the day is I need to make $500, and like maybe you've made $450 by like 10 o'clock in the morning, 30 minutes after the bell. And then you stick around trying to make that 500, and you're taking less than A plus setups. And then you end up losing money, and, maybe go down to break even, or even worse, maybe you flip red on the day. So I agree. I think like the profit targets, like I have to make this daily goal every single day, is just it's not a healthy mindset to be in. Because at the end of the day, if you just trade the charts and trade your strategy, like the numbers are going to take care of themselves. It's like any athlete in professional sports, like, someone doesn't start playing baseball and, hey, I'm going to hit 50 home runs this year, right? Like if you just take care of like your business and you continue to get better and do what you do, like the home runs are going to show up. You'll get them over time. And so the same thing with profits. Like if you just continue to take A plus quality setups, and quality over quantity, the profits will be there at the end of the day. And at the end of the year, you'll look back and be like, wow, I made a lot of money because I just, stuck to my plan.
Absolutely. And there's, I think, very few things more demoralizing as a trader than doing it in the morning, whether it's a gap up or just a breakout range that you've taken, and giving that back during lunch hour trading or just forcing trades after. Because especially if you do very, very well, you're thinking, I can do more. And then you risk a little bit more than you normally would, or you try to force something that isn't there. If you give that back, that sets you up for more mindset the next day, because you're frustrated, you're maybe not seeing things clearly or level headed as you normally would, because you're a little angry. So that's got to be like a top five worst feeling, I think. So yeah, once I do well in the morning, I'm something that I can come back. But lunchtime, I'm almost always out for works. Maybe I miss opportunities here and there. But for me, so far, past few years, it's worked very well. That's what I like.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think it just goes back to like highest probability setups, right? And so for me, it's like that. I know that those are high probability like times for me to trade. There's a very high probability that I trade at a high level and perform really well. And I know there's a high probability that during the afternoon hours, like historically, I don't trade as well. So that's where it goes back to like really doing some like self reflecting on yourself and understanding who you are as a trader and where you struggle and where you succeed at. Once you find that, then trading becomes a lot easier, because you just kind of simplify things. But I appreciate you coming on, FS. I know everyone, I'm sure everyone really appreciates you coming on as well. It's always good to hear perspective of another trader, especially one that, a lot of people in this room like kind of look up to from a price action perspective. I know a lot of people follow you. And if you guys don't, make sure you guys follow FS and sub to his Twitter feed, because he posts a lot of good ideas on there. Like I think I'm like sub to like 2 people on Twitter that I actually like pay every month to like sub to, and FS is one of them, because I think it's so like useful to have his ideas and what he sees in the market. It can really help you guys out. So I would definitely recommend checking out his Twitter, and make sure you guys sub to his Twitter feed, because there's a ton of ideas that got put out by him on a weekly basis. And it's for me, it's invaluable. I like to use Twitter as my scanner sometimes. So there's times when like I'll be looking at stuff and maybe FS is looking at the same thing, and I'll just see what he's looking at, and if it makes sense, then I'll go in, with him on that play, or develop my trading thesis around the same type of move that we're both looking for. But you never can have too much education. I think he's one of the best at it. And it supports him too by you guys subbing to his Twitter feed. So um, yeah, the other subscription is Stan the Man. I don't even think he's on Twitter anymore. But yeah, make sure you guys definitely check out FS and yeah, check out FS and sub to him, because it's he's one of the best out there, guys. I don't vouch for a lot of people, and I don't have notifications on for a lot of people either. But FS is one that I have my notifications on for, because like I said, sometimes if I don't see something, like FS kind of is my quasi scanner. Like he'll see something, I'll be like, oh, cool, he's looking at that. Let me go to my charts and look and see if I see the exact same thing. So it helps to have multiple eyes on the market for you. And like I said, FS is one of the best to do it from a price action and technical perspective. So I guarantee you guys, just by subbing to him, you'll learn something in the first week of just following him, and it's going to help you in your journey.
Thanks so much for that, man. Appreciate it. I'm gonna do my best to keep living up to that.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, man, it's awesome. I love coming on here. It's awesome talking to another talented trader. I think you have one of the best insights on Twitter. Like I said, I have very few notifications on you. Your charts are like squeaky when it's clean. I really appreciate that. This is a lot of there's the bar is low for TA on this site.
Yeah,
technical analysis.
for sure.
Yeah, one of the cleanest charts and setups, explanations up there. So yeah, man, it's always have come on. Thanks for the invite.
Thanks, man.
I love talking to you. And there wasn't that many trades in today's open, but I love the discussion, man. So appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think everyone benefited more from kind of your story than than kind of looking at trades in the day. So I think it really helped people. And you're welcome to come on anytime. Maybe we'll make it like a weekly thing. We can have you on for like 30 minutes to an hour every week at some point. If you're open to it, we'll bring you back on for sure.
Definitely. Always down, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, FS. Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Take it easy, boss. Take it easy, everyone.
Yeah, guys, FS is he's one of the best to do it. You guys know I'm like a simple trader, so when someone can simplify like complex things, it makes it so much easier for you to understand it when they convey that message in simplistic form. And I think he's one of the good ones that can do that. Watch SPY for a breakdown here. No, I'm out of Tesla, Shane. I'm out. I stopped out when he was talking. When we broke trend line, I got out of Tesla. I've got my eyes on SPX 4475 puts here. We're breaking down from this key level, and I think these things have a chance to go, because if SPY does fall, IWM starting to drill, QQQ is weak. If SPY drills back to 447, I think these things will go pretty crazy. So I'm going to take them at $1.95 each. That's SPX 4475 puts, $1.95 each. There it goes. They just popped 30% now on these contracts, guys. Huge move right there. Insane move. I just scaled 80% of my position at 25% there. The monitor I use is it's an LG widescreen. I think it's like 34-inch monitor or something like that. They're actually not too bad. It's not even like a high def. It's not like an OLED monitor or anything like. I'm just watching candlesticks, so I don't need like high def OLED monitor. It's just a standard LG 34, 32-inch, I think. And I honestly think it was like $300 on sale at Best Buy or something like that. Let's see if Spy loses this candle low here. They took it right to the level I was looking for, 448. Low on this candle is 448 to the penny. Underneath of that is 447. So we'll see. Apple's starting to go counter though. Apple's pushing higher, like Guppy said, which is interesting. For those of you that are on the YouTube stream, if you wouldn't mind liking the video and subscribing to the page, I would appreciate that. And you guys will get notified anytime we go live. So I don't know how much longer we'll be doing YouTube lives streaming, but we've been doing it for the 2K account, and we've taken this account from $2,000 to over 6K. So it's been a lot of fun doing it, showing you guys the right way to grow an account. A lot of people will show you the wrong way. And the only people that get hurt by that are you, because you either lose money or you make a ton of money and then you're not sure how to maintain all that money and you end up losing the money anyway. That's not what we want to do here. Yeah, it is a little weird because it's kind of a counter move here. But if we break down through 448, guys, I have to believe that we're going to fall down to 447 on SPY. Watch Airbnb lose this 125 level. It loses 125. It can fall back to 123. Right here, guys, losing this consolidation box. Trey, yeah, we live trade every single day over in Alpine. Um, every single day we live trade. So what you guys are seeing on the YouTube stream here, we do this every single day. Yeah, 100%. Beazle. Yeah, yeah. Regardless of the 2K account or not, 100%. If premium sub, yeah, yeah, you'll be able to join the live. The thing is like on YouTube Live, what I might do is like stream like every Friday out on YouTube Live, and then Monday through Thursday, you guys in Alpine Premium will just get the YouTube. It'll be a private link that you guys will be able to see. So only the people in the premium group will be able to see it. Yeah, I saw that fish layer. I saw that picky sign on Instagram. All right, here comes a potential drop of 448 on SPY. We lose this, guys. Like I said, I think we've got room to come back to 447 because 448 is an intraday pivot spot. If you see here on the stream, and let me go to the big screen and show you guys on SPY. Make it easier for you to see it since we're just trading SPY on the 5-minute. This is the intraday pivot here. All right, this line right here, right where we've got this low. And why is it intraday pivot, right? Because we came up to it, we wicked down below it, we held it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, then we pushed all the way up to 449.73. So if we break down through it at 448, then I would expect us to fall right back down here to this key level at 446.98 or 447. And again, like FS said, it's all about probability. So what's the probability that if we break 448, we go to 447? My opinion on SPY, it's a very high probability setup. Meta, Google, Snap, TikTok must face youth addiction claims. It's such a hard thing to govern. Yeah, I saw Oracle tweet, Man U. Eli or L? Yes, I'm out of Tesla. Just in SPX short now. Runners left on SPX in case we drop down through 448, but we took it 30%. So was a really nice trade on SPX for a scalp opportunity. And we did just that. We just scalped it. Cooperman takes stake in name. Google puts. Let me look real quick. Yeah, I think 134 is a nice move down. I mean, here on Google, if we break 135.52, I think you could comfortably trade it down to 134 for sure. Here's the 448 break on SPY potentially if we get this here. Up 30% on SPX puts. QQQ calls. I wouldn't be taking QQQ calls because we're still stuck in this downtrend. 448 break on SPY right here. %35 now on SPX. 45% on SPX. $55 now on SPX. We've been killing SPX lately. Maybe that full port press challenge account needs to be strictly SPX. They're up 45, 50% right now. Again, bigger move here is to fall down to 447 if we get it. Riley, bro, you've been talking about BA all morning. Are you like stuck in the trade? That's just not even a chart I'd even want to trade on BA. That's why I got out of it when we didn't break 208, 208.41. I was like, nope, not for me. I'm out. Yeah, Qs are just riding the EMAs to the downside, guys. Airbnb finally broke 125, that big level. 55% on SPX here. If QQQ can make a new low of day, I think we'll see a big fall on SPY back down to 447. Todd, what broker do you use? If you're on Robinhood, you're not going to be able to trade SPX. That might be what you're on. Schwab and E-Trade. Okay, yeah. I would recommend, if I were you, I would recommend getting Webull, TD Ameritrade, something like that. Detective Blunts, my thesis was that we got a trend shift. Tech was starting a downtrend. I'll show you. QQQ was in a nice downtrend. SPY started putting in lower lows, lower highs. And I had a key level that we broke at 448.45. So that was the thesis to go short. QQQ back at the 9 EMA here. Guys, be careful if you're going to try and long this on SPY or QQQ. This is just a pullback in the trend, right? As a trend trader, that's what you're looking for, because that's what works 8, 9, 10 out of 10 times, right? 70 to 90% of the time, trend trading is what works. Yeah, Tesla's back up over that 234.50 spot. I just don't like it because tech is continuing to push lower. See that on Qs? We just pulled right down from the 9 EMA. So, I mean, you guys can trade that strategy if you want to. If you want to go long when we're in a downtrend, by all means, have at it. But for me, I just want to stay true to the trend strategy. That's what's allowed us to take a $2,000 to $6K in 24 days. And if you guys have developed a trend trading strategy, deviating from that, I don't think makes a lot of sense. But again, your account, your money. I'm in 44.75, Dempsey. 44.75 puts, 195 average. Sheesh. My bad. I didn't know you guys would see that open up that many contracts. Nice little $190,000 trade for me. Little scout. You know what I mean? Looking for a nice little, 50% move to make 90 grand here. I thought about just continuing to document the 2K account and eventually be sitting here trading a 100K account. Sheesh. Yeah, 3,600. Yeah, make sure you float it, Will. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go try and I'm gonna raise some Alpine Capital. I'll meet you in Manhattan, Will. We'll go do a fundraising event. What do you need money for? Oh, you see, we got this little challenge account in this little Discord thing. We get laughed out of every single room we went into. All we gotta do is tell them that our last name's Axelrod. We're looking to raise 100 million. I'm gonna stay exposed into these puts, guys. As long as we reject the 9 EMA on SPY, I'm just gonna try and stay exposed to the trend as long as I can. That was a nice pullback again right there into the 9 EMA. Nice pullback again on QQQ into the 9 EMA. 2.5 minutes to go on this candle. But they're sitting right at our entry, so risking a little bit to try and make a move. If these things go to 447, these things go 100%. So do with it what you want, but risk a 20, 30% loss to try and make 90 to 100%. Sign me up. Again, SPY rejecting key level. We got EMAs right here, guys. So I'm not worried about this position. If we stop out, we stop out. Three minutes on this candle, and this will be my my barometer on the stop here on the SPX cons. Again, I'm in runners. I scaled the majority at 30% on the 4475s. So that's why I'm not really hesitating and stressing. All right, Nuki. $30 on this candle on SPY. All right, guys, I'm out of the SPX trade. The runners that I had. That move up on SPY there. Broke the EMAs, so no trade for me. Well, here's a move back down on SPY under EMAs. So Burry half ported. All right, I took SPY 450 calls, guys, at $17 a contract. Looking for a break over 448.60 for a move up back into that 449 pocket area. These contracts have a high of day of $66 a contract. So if we get that move back up, could be a pretty nice return on these cons. Potential for 300% upside here if we go back to highs, or more if we get these in the money. If 450 really pops and gets back in the money. But Qs are starting to rock and roll, so want to see if we can make this move up here on SPY and take advantage of the 450 premiums. Yeah, I think if Tesla can break high swag, it's got a shot to go to 238. $448.60 here. Here's the test on 448.60 on SPY. We break this, we got a chance to run back to 449. There we go. 10% on these contracts here. $15 on SPY now. $449 is my first target. That'll probably give us a 25-30% move on these contracts, maybe even more, maybe 40% move, depending on how quickly we get to it. But that's the target that I'm looking for here on SPY. 449 first, and then over 449, looking for high of day. I was thinking the same thing, Will. MongoDB, new high of day, guys. MDB is popping. Tech again holds the keys to the kingdom for upside on S&P 500 now. Tesla, really nice bounce off the 9 EMA here, starting to hammer off of it. We'll see if we can break local highs here on Tesla around 235, 235.20 for a move back up into the 236 area. Look at the 5-minute candle on QQQ versus the 5-minute on SPY. Tech has the strength right now, which is why I think Tech can propel us higher. Target still remains 449 on SPY, and over 449, then I think the target becomes high of day. 10% here on SPY calls. Maybe QQQ can give us a face ripper, and then we'll start to fly. Yeah, I agree, Vinny. I think it's time for Qs to do it. Just got to break 385.10, really. We got a chance to take this 2K account to like 10 grand in the next week. Have you guys been successful with the yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, Swaggy. Leave a little bit and then full port. Have you guys been successful with the 2K account? Like, have you guys seen success with it? Everybody that's on voice right now. So, like, Dempsey, what do you think has been the thing that's holding you back? Holding losers too long, or like, what's the obstacle? People that struggled, I'm just wondering, like, what is the? Yeah, Tesla's going. MJ, you better still be in that trade if you took it. Do you think it's a bad Phil Dempsey from like trying to chase what I'm playing, or do you think it's like based on your setup? Yeah, that's what I was worried about with this 2K thing, and I told someone else about it. Like, if you just try and chase stuff, you're never gonna it won't work that way. I do feel like I've traded SPY a little bit more than usual on this one, on this 2K account. I think because it's just so easy to trade and keep it simple. Yeah, I was gonna say I do feel like my a lot of my plays, like, you guys get better entries than me. Tesla's about to go get a new high of day. These SPY 450 calls are up 15%. If we can get 449, like I said, I think we'll see a nice 25% move. Makes me wish I held Tesla, but it is what it is. On to the next one. NVIDIA's 15-minute has broken out of the wedge finally. It's weird, right? SPY had strength early. QQQ was lagging. QQQ was weaker than SPY, and now it looks like QQQ is the stronger name right now. BA, guys, is going to be fun when we get up over 208.40. That was a beautiful double bottom bounce on BA. Nice work, Bentley. Yeah, Drew, that's the biggest thing. Hopefully people saw that, is like a small red day is actually a win. It's hard to like psychologically think about it that way, because anytime you lose money, you're like, that's a failure of a day. But small red is a win. Win big, win small, lose small. If you never allow your account to lose big, then like technically you'll never blow up your account. Ever. If you never lose big. Now, if your system is horrible and you're just guessing and you have like a 10% win rate and you keep losing small every single day, eventually you're gonna lose some money. But that's not anyone in this room. We don't have a 10% win rate. I'd say our win rate is probably around 70, 80%. We break 20 on these contracts, guys. They're going to go crazy on the 450 calls. If you look at the options chart chain, you'll see that like there's There's a brick wall at 20 on these contracts. So I think if we break 449, we're going to see volume pouring into the 0-day 450 cons, and we'll make a run back at like $38 a contract. Which, if we can do that, it'd be 125% move on the contracts. SPY is slow grind up right now. Sometimes I swing Bentley, but majority day trade. It's just for me, my personality. I like to be cash at the end of the day. I don't have to worry about things. I don't have to think about headlines hitting overnight, things like that. Peace of mind when day trading is kind of what I think about. All right, we're back to 15% here. If we can break this 20 spot on these contracts, guys, I think we're going to see a big move. They sold 11.5 million worth of NVIDIA puts that expire next week. Yeah, NVIDIA might be going for this 500 breakout. That could be a swing right there. If NVIDIA closes over 500 today, it could open up like 5% tomorrow at like 520. For sure will. I can see him trying to squeeze Burry. BA, thoughts on BA? We got to get over 208.41. You see it down here. Really high of daybreak at this key level is going to be key. We break that. I think we've got room to 212 first on BA and then 215. Here's 21 on SPY. So 20% now. We broke that 20 resistance level. We can get a close here on the premium chart above 20. We've got room up to 38 on these contracts. And then the high of day on these cons is 66. I think all it's going to take on these 450 calls is a breakout over 449. I think that's like we're going to see volume pouring into these 450 calls if we get that break. It's the next strike in the money here. So big rejection on those premiums right there at that 20 resistance level, like I said. Tesla rejected high of day. QQQ potentially double topping here at 385.27. QQQ still looking really good on the 5-minute chart, guys. We broke out of the downtrend. I think we could just see a grind up here on tech. NVIDIA's back testing. Potential double top on NVIDIA to watch out for. But the fact that they were selling those puts is big for me, I think, on NVIDIA. I'm down $2 a contract right now on SPY 450 calls. We really need to get that breakout over 449 to see the volume come into the 450s. 160 Nvidia call. It's probably a hedge, Vinny. Deep in the money hedge. BA is starting to flag underneath that 208 level. Back down $2 a contract here on SPY 450 calls. Again, the key, we got to get 449. That was my first target. We came close to it. We hit 20% green on this trade, but if we break out over 449, the volume is going to absolutely pour into the 450 calls on SPY because it's the next strike that expires today. So that's my thesis. Yeah, I've got 208.41. Don't know where it came from though. Come on, SPY. It's great risk to reward here long on SPY because this is the area we rejected earlier. So it was prior resistance, then flipped to support. Then we lost it, and then we flipped it back to support at 1245. So risking this level, I think, is A plus for a move up higher. Problem is with zeros, you could get theta chopped out. So let's see what happens. Keon's posting a ton of sell to open on puts. Yeah, if Tesla gets a high of day swag, yeah, I think we'll get a nice pop. All right, let's see if we get the move up here on SPY. Now that Tesla's breaking. All right. SPY starting to move back up a little bit here with Tesla pushing. Again, key is going to be 449 on SPY. BA trying to break out over that 208.41 level as well. And SPY calls down $2 a contract here. But I still like the risk to reward. This is a pullback on QQQ in an uptrend. I like Tesla for a move up over pre-market high and then to 238 also. Yeah, Tesla can take us here. All right, here goes the move on SPY. See if we can break 449 here, guys. That'll be a key to get the volume back in here. We're only down $1 a contract on the 450 calls, by the way. Now we're break even on them. All right, let's see if we can break it here. 448.94 is the high on SPY, local high here that we break. I think we'll get 449, and then I think the volume flows into the 450 calls for us. You can already see theta starting to kick in. These are 0 days. And we were back up at these price levels before. This was a 20% move. Now we're sitting at break even. So we're going to need to get a pretty big move off of 449 for this trade to work out. And I still believe in it. I still think it's going to work. Here we go. Yeah, close the door on the Fed speakers. Just close the effing door. Great song, Lamp, man. Haven't heard that one in a while. 449 break now. 10% on these contracts. And again, once the 449s go in the money, we should see a spike in the 450s if we push from 449. We got to get these contracts back over $21 a contract. They're sitting at $19 per right now. $20 a contract now. There we go. 25% now. First level we stop at is probably going to be 449.20. If we break 449.20, I think high of day comes next. Ideally, they take us all the way to 451.54, which is the key level over 450. Not the kind of candle we're looking for on SPY's 5-minute there. Again, these contracts are getting stuck right at that $20 to $21 per con mark, giving us only like a 20-25% gain here. If these cons can hit 22 per and we can sell them at 22 per, that's a 30% move. 7 seconds on this candle. I don't think they're going to close it over 449. Sell right back down to the 9 EMA on SPY here. Back down $2 a contract. Something tells me we're just going to see a face ripper into close. And that's why I'm holding these contracts, because I think, at least I thought the 449 break was going to give some volume onto these cons. We would be able to see it move back to like 38, potentially $60 a contract. Can't put my finger on it, but if Tesla ramps into close, if NVIDIA can get up over this double top that it's created at like 497, I think we could see 450 into the close. All right, back to break even now on the SPY 450s. All right, guys, here's the 449 test again on SPY. NVIDIA's pulling, so I don't know. This isn't my favorite setup. This isn't like a high confidence, like super, very, very high probability. I'm playing the chart here strictly on SPY that if we can break over 449, I do think we're going to see a nice move. We got to get a candle close over 449, but NVIDIA is selling back down underneath 495 now. This candle closes in 20 seconds. I'm curious to see what they do with SPY right here, sitting right at 449. In a perfect world, we close over 449 and we push, towards that 449.20, and then we push high of day. 5 seconds on the candle close, sitting at 448, 449 now. I think they closed us right at 449.99. Good work, Jimmy. 50% on the 450s. Nice work, Ellie. Yeah, I mean, you could have just kept scalping these things from $12 a contract back up to 20 and made like 70% every time. There goes Tesla. Finally got the pre-market high break. Now let's see if we get continuation on Tesla. Today feels like it's just a tough day to get continuation across any name. Yeah, it's just been kind of dog water price action this afternoon, to be completely honest. Just horrid price action, really. Qs are breaking down now. So now SPY again has stronger technical pattern right now than QQQ with tech pulling. Down $2 a contract on SPY 450s. Exactly. It's just dog water. I could think of other words to use too, but that might not be appropriate to use for what I think about the price action this afternoon. All right, guys, I'm going to close this SPY trade. $13 a contract. Just sold it. I need to go grab some lunch, and it's 1:42. I haven't had lunch yet. And I don't want to stick around for this price action because it's not fun to trade. Way more fun to trade when we get fluid price action than this. So I appreciate you guys. Really good day today. I'm going to grab some lunch. I'll come back and see if there's anything popping in Power Hour in about an hour, just to see if we have anything setting up. That'll tell us if we want to maybe swing anything. I didn't want to swing anything last night because of CPI this morning, but we might have an opportunity to swing something this afternoon going into tomorrow based on what the charts are showing us. SPY is holding this trend, but for me, QQQ lost the trend. And yeah, I want to go grab something to eat for lunch. And this price action is complete pain to sit through. So appreciate you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Appreciate you guys on stream as well. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll get this 2K account going, push up over 7K tomorrow, hopefully. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, and then check out Alpine Trading too if you guys aren't in it. We do this every single day. I'll drop the link here for you guys. If you want a coupon code for it, there is one out there. Just DM me on IG, and I'll send it to you so you guys can check out the premium membership. It's usually $99 a month, but I'll send you a coupon code if you guys want to check us out. Those of you that are on stream. So peace out, guys. Talk to you soon. Later.